Hello, hello, hello everyone. Welcome one, welcome all, welcome back to our Saturday afternoon live streams, where today we've got some back-to-back action, and we're starting things off with Bombstander's FAL finale. It's going to be a good time all around. We're going to get some competitive forts in. Alright, so things are kicking off pretty quickly here. So I want to say thank you to everyone for joining us, as we will be locked behind a 3-minute delay for some time here today. Let's jump into the brackets. For those who have been following Bombstander's tournament here, why is the bracket like this? For those who have been following Bombstander's tournament here, this is actually day 3 of the tournament. I was not a participant for the first 2 days, as we had other activities. By other activities, I mean the Fort's official Legacy tournament. The bracket appears to be scuffed on my end, which is unfortunate, because I was testing this literally this morning. And then I had to reboot my computer, and it is no longer working, which is a classic inversion of the rules of IT. For those who want to see the bracket, you can use the bracket command to make it appear. We'll check on that later. But yes, this is the finals of the FAL Tourneur, Bombstander's tournament. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this one pans out, as we've got some good games lined up for you guys with some good players. The best kind of games, but the most enjoyable kind of players. You're hoping there'll be lots of explosions to see today? Oh, there will be, as we'll be kicking things off with the FAL Tournament, followed by Toothpaste's Cold Great Meme Tournament. That'll be later today after these finals, so that's going to be a good time. Got a lot of activity planned for today. Bracket, why are you broken? Excellent. So how are you guys doing today? Let the battle begin? Yes. That is the goal. That is the idea. So it looks like first off, we're starting out with the losers bracket. Will be PQ13 versus Pruefer. Not a lot of Americans left over, it would seem. Big shock. Who could have seen that one coming? Okay. Hello there, Stormwing. Welcome in. Lucas, Jaggy, Lerman, Andrade, Tuffy, Indigo, Evan, Jamming Doodler. How y'all doing? It's a huge dreadnought? Yes. We've got the commander bands done. The map is picked. It'll be a weird one, but it looks like things are ready. Is this a tournament for all the people who sat out at the legacy one because of the time limit? I'm not going to say yes, but the answer to that isn't no. There may be some correlation, yes. Alright, it looks like we are good to go. And we're jumping right into the action. Let's do this. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We're off to the races, as here we have on the left-hand side, it is PQ13, playing as the Architect Commander. Facing off against his opponent on the right-hand side in the red, it's Pruefer. I need to override some things here, because this is not Peel's tournament. This is Forts. There we go. And it looks like we're kicking things off with a spicy one, as PQ13 is, he's got that swarm missile here that he hasn't yet... Alright, now he's slung it off. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. Are you keeping that? No, he's not keeping that. For a second, I thought he was. He is not. These are some wobbly bits. Both players keeping some wobble in their forts here. With only a single node connected to the floor. I don't blame them. Though I do hesitate. I do have some concerns about PQ13's setup there. It's kind of small. Alright. So things are looking pretty stable over here for the moment. As much as there's not much in the way of defenses in front of anyone's core. And that's not a surprise. This is a relatively low eco map, so the players are just kind of working their way up the tech tree. Slowly, gradually. In all the ways they expect to work. Okay. Alright. You know, I was kind of hoping for some miniguns or something, but honestly, miniguns are often not the correct answer here. I remember, back in my day, things like early aggression, minigun spam was effective just because people didn't know how to defend against it. But that's not really the case anymore. People have long since learned many little things to keep them intact while this is all going on. Turbine. Oh, that I actually really like that turbine emote. I don't know how I would want to use it in chat, but that turbine emote is quite nice. It is quite the quality. A swing and a miss. And another miss. Alright. You can do it. I believe in you. I don't. I have zero faith. Not because I think they'll be unable to hit or anything. I just think it's not going to do anything, and then it's just going to be there. Like, there's no follow-up here. It's just an honesty check. So nothing's getting done. It will be cannons for both players. So we're going to be seeing some kinetic firepower as the option. Those are some real big boxes out of PQ here. Yeah, those are... That makes more sense. Yeah, those boxes are more anti-air boxes, not weapon emplacement boxes, which means PQ is going to be building real tall, like dummy tall here. Which is fine, it's just expensive and going to slow him down a bit, which is also fine. As PQ is currently ahead in the everything department. He's got more money, more upgrades, and is ahead on tech. Both players look to be building towards a howitzer. And I believe... No, you can't fit a howitzer in there. What are you doing? I mean, maybe you can if you do that. You can if you do that. Okay, nice. So he's building tall and then shoving his howitzer on the foundation nodes, which is always, you know, brave. But it seems it's still going to be a bit uneventful. At least for a little bit here. There's always a risk for putting weapons and things here. Like, he's got a battery in front, he's got a howitzer here. If anything explodes here, like, it all goes wrong very quickly, but it is at least well defended. I do not like this as a concept. We've talked about putting weapons in your background bracing here, or at least in your spam, in your wood spam, in your defenses. And it's there are bonuses and there are negatives, but this is not how you do that. This is not how you place weapons here. This is just asking to explode. And I'm reasonably certain that the player here on the left, PQ13, is going to make that explosion happen relatively quickly here. Shots fired. And the anti-howitzer defense is blasted away. Well done. The cannon is online, so he can reply, but at this point, PQ13 has 2 howitzers. I'm gonna be honest, if Pruefer had managed to door snipe this howitzer right here, he'd have just won the game outright. And all of this talk about putting cannons in his defense in front of his core would be completely just not relevant. You know, the interesting part is Pruefer here just doesn't really isn't actually safe from heavy weapons. Like his core could just be blasted right now. Ooh. Oh, now you need that shotgun exposed. Or, you know, a sniper. Back to howitzer gaming. The standard cannon. I mean, the reality is, Pruefer just doesn't have enough firepower to break through PQ at this point. Like, he can get a door snipe, and if he gets a door snipe, PQ is built in a way that it would be instantly lethal. But honestly, PQ has so much firepower at his fingertips. All PQ has to do is actually land it at this point, which he can do if he uses his sniper or his shotgun to clear out some of Pruefer's anti-air. PQ is also in danger of collapsing, as is Pruefer. Though I think PQ has it worse than Pruefer is at this point. PQ does have some stability tech that'll keep him alive, whereas Pruefer's stability tech is already stressed. So that's the real concern. Wow. Honestly, if PQ had started with standard cannons, this would have been over already. I want to see that shotgun come online and remove Pruefer's defenses just across the board. Boom. Headshot. Standard cannon just blasting that shotgun out of existence by quite literally hitting it in the face. Look at this. One piece of metal between the core and death. Like a single standard cannon shot ends Pruefer here. And that has been the case for a long time. It's almost a door snipe. That is so many times that PQ has almost been door sniped out of this game. And swing and a whiff. Blast him. Alright. There's an air-cooled core and cannon. The just shotgun. Do it. Oh, how are you alive? There's no other follow-up. He's got nothing. PQ really just needs to expose this shotgun here and start blasting. Like, it's not. You can do it. I believe in you. There's a clean pass-through. Pruefer takes some explosion damage. And howitzer into another howitzer. Oh, well done. Can do it. Hey, and there's the shotgun for the finish. Well played. PQ, the one who was won, is saying no. He wanted the game to go longer, it would seem. Well played. Alrighty then. Good job. Rip Pruefer. You will be missed. Well played. So, that match... PQ is a name I recognize. I've seen him a fair few times. I'm unfamiliar with Pruefer. I like seeing PQ play. He's often pretty high rank on the Forts leaderboard. Not often in tournaments, so I like to see him coming and joining in. He gives off very fresh blood vibes, which is neat and exciting. Keeping things fresh. And clearly a lot to learn, and I love seeing him learn. But as we're between matches, we can get checking things out here on the chat side of things. So I want to say thank you to King is Fire coming in with that Prime Gaming for 4 months. You're doing fine. Good. I love to see it. Enjoy those emotes and the extra permissions on Discord. As well as Organic Milk 770 coming in with the $9.99. The perfect number. You've watched probably days worth of time of Forts. Thank you. Thank you, Organic Milk, and thank you for your support. It is always appreciated. How is it looking in the health front? Fully curated? Fully curated HP. The best kind of HP. Yes. Let us go. Alrighty then, next up we have a fixed bracket. Perfect. We have VFM and Kronos Fix, which is Franek. Excellent. What kind of tournament is this, and why is it English cast? It is a German tournament. Everything is German, and I cannot read a single word of what is happening in game chat. That's not true. I could read some of it, but it's not in English. And why is this an English cast? Because I am the only English caster, and that is what makes this. That is what makes this showcase unique compared to everyone else. Because this is a German tournament. And I am simply here to showcase the German subsection of the community and their games as they play them today. I am stepping in to give you guys the good games that you want to see. If you guys want to see the games in the native German tongue, make sure to check out. Oh, it looks like we have both Bombstander and Armadillo. And Plear 43, or Plear 43, on Twitch, who are broadcasting at this moment. Always a good time. The earlier sections of this tournament, so day 1 and 2, should be available on Bombstander's channel, as I was not able to participate as I had a conflict in timing. Specifically, I was casting the Forts 1v1 Legacy tournament. Which is a good time all around. Make sure to check that out on the VOD section of the channel. Yes. Well played. Alrighty then. Looks like the players are ready and the match is made, so I hope you guys are good to go because we're jumping into the action here. Let's do this. You wonder if today will be cheesy? Potentially. I doubt it, they're Germans. The German players are not. I don't know any German players that are notoriously cheesy. Alright, and we're off. VFMTV here on the left-hand side is playing as the Moonshine Commander. Oh, I like to see that. He's playing against his opponent on the right. It's Kronos Flix _, who is playing as the Warthog Commander. A classic choice. And we're off. Wouldn't let the rest of the world miss out on this. Exactly. What am I good for if not casting Forge tournaments? I do actually like this kind of stuff, where, like, I understand I wasn't a major participant in setting this up, or any of the scheduling or anything like that, or, you know, a participant at all, but I have the opportunity to showcase it, so I'm going to, and that's how that works. And we've got, guys, I think it is difficult for me to convey just how active the Forge community is. Like, not only do we have this tournament, but this tournament was conflicting with another tournament, and we showcased the other tournament. And not only do we have both of those tournaments, but we have another tournament starting today, right after this one, you know, the meme tournament. And not only that, but there, if I check the Forge Discord right now, there is a whopping 1, 2, 3, 4 other tournament channels active right now. So there's a lot of Forge going on all the time. That's why it's an every week thing. Lore Dump Bombstander has rolled the map on the Wheel of Fortune, and has landed on a map which Kronos has already played on for 3 out of 5 times. Oh my god. Poor Kronos. The hang time extraordinaire. I love that lore dump. Thank you. That's amazing. All right. So things are progressing, I would say, pretty slowly here. Or, slowly isn't the right word. It's at a normal pace for how things would typically go for a match like this. These players are playing pretty standard. I don't recognize the specific engineering designs of the forts as being special or anything of that sort. Or they're just going around. Kronos is playing fast and loose with his stability there, but he'll be okay. But yes, the players are playing with a standard build order. They're going up for heavy weapons and just kind of getting the goods along the way. Looks like VFM has taken a sidestep toward the upgrade center, whereas Kronos has not. The current meta says the upgrade center is the way to go, so I would expect I would expect VFMTV here on the left-hand side to have an advantage, generally speaking. However, the non-upgrade center variant, the one which gets weapons out faster, such as Kronos is doing here, was meta for a very, very, very long time, like 4 years in a row. So probably more than that, actually. No, it was definitely more than that. So that's not, is by all means, is a good tactic. What really surprises me is that Kronos didn't get a plasma on the board before VFMTV got a plasma, which to me simply shows that Kronos is a lesser experienced player by comparison. I do, however, love the buzzsaw pick. The amount, I'm going to say this, the amount of players that don't build buzzsaws in situations like this is just way too high. I mean, it's very clearly the obvious answer to dealing with your opponent's expansion in this situation. And yet people don't do it. They just don't build them. And it's like, why? Please, just do the thing. Do the good thing. You know it's the good thing. Do the good thing. Just because it's obvious doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Buzzsaw so good that a reflect almost disconnects Kronos' own connection. Yeah, so at this point, VFMTV here on the left side just has more weaponry than Kronos does, and it's about to be a real bad day for Kronos. This is potentially lethal. Oh, VFM, you just didn't have the energy to fire. I didn't expect that. I was not paying attention to how much energy he had left. The answer was not nearly enough. But that is a lot of energy shields out of VFM here. And that'll do it. Okay. You have it this time. He's got the energy for it. But swing and a miss. Doesn't quite get the shots lined up. And actually just kind of misses Kronos here. When he splashes his turbines, and that's a pretty okay thing to do. But he didn't get the damage done that he was looking to deal. Kronos now spending on an upgrade center. I do appreciate Kronos going with the swarm missile launcher here. It'll be a good thing for him if he can land it. Who gets the door snipe first is the real question. VFM is up to 2 plasmas now. That's going to cause some deformation, but it's not terrible. Kronos manages to hold it. If he had fired up here, this whole thing would have come crumbling down, which is much more effective. Oh! Uh-oh. Those doors are locked open. Oh, come on. No, come on. Yes! He gets the shot. And Kronos is in danger. There it is. Well done. Well then, so VFM is going to expand here. He's catching up with his energy production. VFM does have a lot, and I do mean a lot of energy shields. Not only does that shut down Kronos, but it also shuts down like all of VFM's energy production, because the upkeep on those energy shields is quite expensive. You're noticing here that those plasmas just can't, they just don't have the energy to, they can't be fired. So at this point, VFM is expanding his energy. He's getting multiple batteries and additional turbines. Also needs to upgrade his existing turbines. On the other side, however, Kronos is trying to get his missile online. He's started the upgrade to the nuke, but what he doesn't have is a connection to the island anymore. Without that connection, well, he can't use the nuke. And beautiful firebeam hit. But a firebeam hit does not break the base. Punching on through. This match is looking like it's going to take a while. Neither player really has the damage output to get it done. And VFM is slowly expanding, but it is quite slow. He's floated 3,000 metal at this point, which is going to be a lot. That is a lot of potential damage output left unconstructed. A good shot from VFM here, and an even better shot from VFM. You love to see it if you're VFM, and it feels painful if you're Kronos. Turns out Kronos is near fully energy shielded, at least around his core and the central part of his fort. So that will keep him generally intact. However, that EMP will shut down the energy shields. VFM already has an anti-energy shield option. VFM is still running out of energy. He needs more batteries at this point. He's got 13,000 maximum capacity and 3 plasmas, which is 15,000 energy. At least costs 15,000 energy. That's not even including the fire beam and the EMP, each of which have notable energy costs of their own. But time and time again, Kronos is just getting beamed and sliced, but has successfully managed to maintain a connection to his island node, which will soon grant him access to the nuke. A nuke which could potentially change the tide of this battle. I would love to... Ooh. That energy shield from Kronos, just a perfect reflection. VMF loses a plasma. Door sniping itself. Now that does motivate VFM to spend his money. Okay, I like what I'm seeing here. I would love to see VFM send more of those shots into Kronos's go. But Kronos has managed to construct his nuke. All he needs is a surviving sniper, and he can launch it. Now, unfortunately for Kronos, VFM does have some anti-air. That anti-air can do a good job, or at least should be sufficient at taking the nuke out. We'll see if that actually holds true. You know, that is another option. You just laser the nuke when it launches. That's pretty rough. But there you have it. Kronos has been shut down once again. Now, here's the thing. Kronos isn't dying. He's actually growing, more or less. He's been able to stabilize. He's been able to survive. The question is, will that trend continue? Because Kronos has placed another plasma. He did just lose his nuke, which is extremely painful, as that was a real offensive threat. VFM adding in 3 buzzsaws, which is beautiful. I suspect Kronos will be unable to get access to that expansion node ever again. As the EMPs continue. You can do it. More buzzsaws, you'll love to see it. More reflected pain. Well, Kronos' plasma is about to come online. But here's the thing. VFM is literally completely covered in energy shields. Like every inch of them, with the exception of his little interconnected node between... little interconnected space here between his expansions is covered in energy shields. So this plasma can't do anything unless it gets a door snipe. Which is a very plasma thing to do. Do I think that's going to happen? Not really. Like, it could happen. It's just unlikely. But possible. Now, he's opened it up. He's got the option to fire. He tries for the door snipe. He misses it. But it was close. It was very close. It reveals the existence of the plasma, which will now earn a lot of hate. Oh, Kronos is so very on fire. Oh, it's all burning. Oh, that's it? Oh my god, he survives with 0% HP remaining. Oh no. What a world. Well, that got exciting. Oh dear. I'm gonna be honest, I was fully expecting Kronos to explode there. Like, that was... I would say you guys don't understand how close that was, but it's literally 0% core remaining. I mean, it cannot be closer. That is one tick away from death. Just like one fire tick. That could not have been closer. But he survives and he keeps it going. He does, however, lose his plasma, which means he's fallen apart and there's no real offensive firepower anymore. So VFM is just kind of free to continuously blast him, which is not the world you want to live in if you have 0 HP left. Uh-oh. Angle found. And still, VFM is running out of energy every time he fires his plasmas. And he's going up to a 4th plasma. It is worth noting that this entire time, VFM, despite getting an early upgrade center, has not actually upgraded his mines. So he does have... He's almost in the same eco as Kronos is. Now, VFM does have this expansion node down here. That will give him a little bit more eco, but not by much. Wow. Well, that's not how you want that to be. Honestly, that works just fine. It's probably better that way, actually, now that I think about it. So the smoke launcher does actually block laser beams, or at least can block laser beams. It's got a percent chance to block them. So putting it in kind of in the middle of the map like that, where the opponent has to shoot through it, is kind of effective against lasers. Didn't help this time, but really, VFM just needs to keep the firepower going, and honestly, I would switch over to rockets. Just like triple rocket spam. Like, what's he gonna do about it? Because VFM just needs to deal damage. Just raw damage. That's the only requirement here. And like, he's trying, and he's getting hits, but lasers, frankly, don't deal that much raw damage. The buzzsaws are a good start. That EMP rocket being upgraded to a standard rocket has a decent chance of ending this. Replacing anything with more rockets Very good effect. Very good solution here. Got that EMP just go into the back line. But yeah, that's some good damage there. That just destroyed every single one of Kronos' laser or wind turbines. And with those wind turbines going away, so too does Kronos' ability to sustain the energy shields. Now, the energy shields won't shut down, but it does mean that Kronos will literally be unable to do anything. Because he's at currently negative 14 energy production. Cannot afford anything. Cannot afford to rebuild, cannot afford to repair, which means that Kronos is deep into the death spiral. Look at it. No more structures. Nothing. It's just all crumbling down. Oh dear. I think he's letting it happen. He lost his whole base to fire, and no, he's he doesn't want to die to the fire. Which means he gets to die to something else. But what is it? Looks like VFM finally has the energy production to wield his weapons properly. And wield it he does. VFMTV wins it after a pretty one-sided blasting of lasers. Very well done. Yes. Look at it. Then all the laser beams focus fire on the core. Well played. Alrighty. Well, that was pretty good. Honestly, I liked the nuke attempt. That got exciting. That got real exciting. I was disappointed, but also surprised that the nuke wasn't able to get off. Alright. What do I think of the game quality of these players? Did I follow the first part of the tournament last weekend? I did not. I was unavailable because I was casting the Legacy tournaments, and I did not go back through the VOD to watch the start of these. The start of this one. What do you think of the quality? In terms of raw skill, I think they have a lot to learn. But I also think that they are exactly where they need to be. In the tournaments, pitting off against each other because they're good enough to win. After all, this is the final. Let's put it this way. These players are good enough that they've made it to the finals. Today is day 3. They've made it to the finals here, guys. So, good job. Good job, everyone. Especially those that have made it this far. Looks like we have PQ and Chronic coming up. Next map will be on Hill Forts. Oh dear. Hill Forts is an experience. Alright. Looks like we have a minute here. So if you guys want to stand up and stretch, now is your opportunity. Grab your snacks, grab your drinks, as we get set up for the next round. All right. Chekhov's nuke. If you see it hanging on the wall, it must fire. Oh dear. I like that idea. You like this concept of having pro players train these guys? Hope to see the concept in the English community too. Yeah, we've done something like that before. It's interesting. It's kind of logistically difficult. But it is interesting. It has actually been a while since we've done that. As I've seen that. At least, you know, outside of this competition, this tournament. Glad to see you through worse food poisoning. Yeah, I'm finished with it. I'd say I was about fully recovered by Friday nights. It was actually, dude, I slept so much on Friday. It was ridiculous. From Thursday night to Friday morning, I slept something like 11, 12 hours. all I did, I kid you not, I was like, I could feel that my body was crying for real sleep, not this constantly interrupted, the perpetually interrupted attempt at rest. And so I put on a blindfold. I got my ears for, you know, the shooting range, so I put them on. I couldn't hear anything, I couldn't see anything, and I just laid down, and I woke up whenever I woke up. That's how that went. And I woke up at like something like 12 hours after I went to bed. It was ridiculous. I felt so alive after that. Oh my god. I was also incredibly annoyed because so much of the day had passed. It's like, I have things to do today. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the match is made and the players are readying up, so we'll be jumping into the action here momentarily. I hope you're ready, because I am, and we're about to get this party started. You want to sit down and compress? Is that like what you do with a blanket curled up on the couch? Alright, all the players are readied up. Let's do this. And away we go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are off to the races, as here we have on the left-hand side, it's PQ13 playing as the Hurricane Commander. Facing off against his opponent on the right-hand side in the red, it's VFMTV playing as the Buster Commander. And we're playing on Hill Forts. Now this is a map we don't often see. It's got a hill in the middle of it, which makes it a little awkward, but is also somewhat interesting. How do you sleep with ears on? It wasn't as uncomfortable as I thought it was going to be. Honestly, I was just exhausted. So I just put the ears on, and that just dealt with it. I was like, put the ears on, I'm like, alright, falling asleep now, and I was out. I was gone, like I was dead. It felt so good. Do I shoot? Forts? Yes. Usually forts. With cannons. In this match in particular, commander-wise, I'm not sure which... Honestly, with Buster, I would be incredibly tempted to go with a mortar play here. So this map is interesting in that it is both incredibly powerful to go for mortars, and also mortars are the easiest possible thing to defend against. But with the Buster Commander and its shrapnel mortars, I would be incredibly tempted to just suddenly mortar spam. Just like build up as if I'm going to cannons and then just start slapping with 6 mortars at like the 5.5 minute mark. Unsurprisingly, we do see cannons out of VFMTV. Or at least cannon tech. PQ-13, I presume, will also be going cannon tech. The nature of the hill makes direct line of sight weapons not really a thing. Cannons, because of the existence of gravity, have a bit of play around the concept of line of sight. And therefore, they are much more reasonable tools here. It is not uncommon to see howitzers just kind of lobbed over the center. It is also common to see cannons fired from a relatively high position as they sent over the middle line. Your ears are not detachable. Hashtag flesh is weak. I know, right? Ugh. How optimal is core swing on this map to add better defense? I wouldn't bother. Honestly, the defenses on this map are... The existence of the hill makes defense in this map different from most. It's just easier to deal with, generally. Like, you can... I would assume a Pence swing would work perfectly fine here, but... I wouldn't bother. It's just like... But why, though? I wouldn't bother sums up pretty much every core swing, every map ever, with rare exception. The core swings are cool and all, they just aren't all that valuable, generally. And if you really wanted to be unkillable, I guess you could do that. The thing about core swings, what makes them less appealing, is that core swings don't stop you from losing the game, they just stop you from losing your core directly. You could still lose the game by having the rest of your base razed to the ground. Like, there's nothing stopping your opponent from destroying every single shred of wood in your fort. If they have to destroy every single shred of wood in your fort before getting to your core, I mean, that it's sure that'll delay the game, but that won't stop you from losing the game. Like, what are you gonna do if there's 3 howitzer shells just landing on you every 30 seconds? Like, that's not... Having extra wood in front of your core isn't going to save you, it's just going to delay your demise by an extra few seconds. And swinging the core is kind of expensive. In many aspects, in many regards. And a map like this with a core is just by default incredibly defended. I just wouldn't bother. I don't know anyone who has bothered in any competitive scene to swing their core here. Nobody goes quick mortars. How strange. Yeah, I mean, mortars are popular in the smaller formats like 1v1 and 2v2. And we see 1v1 here, but people aren't going for mortars. Why is that? Well, I think the reason for that is the players here are unfamiliar with mortars as a weapon. Especially recently, much of the major forts events have been bigger team stuff. And a lot of these players have simply learned and experienced the game from a larger team perspective. And in those larger teams, the more players, the less effective mortars will function. So if you're going to play normally, just like all the time, and have to rely on heavy weapons to do anything, when you get set in a 1v1 position, you're not going to just suddenly bring mortars out. No, players will rely on the tools that have worked for them consistently. Things like standard cannons, which is what we've got here. And VFM is... oh, that was close. That was so very close. As VFM is just behind PQ's cannon timings. PQ is up to 3 cannons now and is just blasting VFM. And doesn't have much time remaining before he simply gets removed from this game via rampant cannon fire. Commander ability active ignites those rounds, empowering them with incendiary damage and a little bit more armor penetration. Will technically deal a bit more damage to PQ-13, but I mean, honestly, PQ just has stacks and stacks of doors. So he will survive. PQ aims for VFM's turbines. Doesn't manage to get them, but that's going to be an expensive repair. Oh no, he's just going to do it again. Yep. Before VFM is able to repair, PQ's cannons come off cooldown and fire again, eliminating VFM's turbine row as well as one of his cannons. Yeah, VFM's just getting picked apart here. He's just slightly slower. PQ got the advantage, and he's laying the pressure on with constant cannons. Now, this is the point where I would love to see some secondary weaponry out of PQ-13. Cannons are good. Cannons are great. Get some mortars, get some indirect fire, get something you can just toss at VFM while these cannons are reloading. Like, just do it because you can. That's what I would love to see. Looks like he's trying to aim for the core now. 2 out of 3 cannons whiff. As the cannons are singing. A beautiful shot. Impacts directly into the face of PQ's defenses, which does nothing, because he's got layers of defenses and all the money in the world to rebuild them. Yeah, PQ keeps sending those cannon shells down just through the center of VFM's base, but the player on the right-hand side just has nothing there. He's already been destroyed. He's not rebuilding into that position. just so much damage. Oh, he's trying for the door snipe. I like this play from VFM here. He was just sitting there with his door open, waiting for PQ to fire, and the instant he fired, VFM just blasted PQ, but he didn't land the shot, and so PQ survives. And now VFM has nothing. Not even a cannon. What do we have next? I would like to see a howitzer out of PQ here. Or a set of mortars. Definitely need some additional energy. Production. Could also do with disabling of some of his own energy shields. As the cannons are now aiming for VFM's core, which is neat. I'm liking the extra turbine upgrades here out of PQ. As the cannons are once again going directly for the core. It looks like he's got some better shots here. Well done. PQ should be able to place a howitzer here in a second. Nope, he's going to upgrade his turbines instead. Should still be able to place a howitzer anyways. Swing and a miss. Cutting it real close to that hill, which is exactly what he needs to do in order to hit the core. Alright, come on. Place a howitzer. You could do it. I believe in you, PQ. I believe in you. There it is. That's what I wanted to see. Good job. And now big doors from PQ. That's just so many big doors. That's so many big doors. There's 4, 5, 6 big doors. That's a lot of big doors. The return to sender here will help keep VFM alive. This is brave. Going with a portal tier 3. It is possible for that to have hit any of PQ's cannons and done something incredibly game-ending. I'm kind of surprised that worked first try. We'll see if it happens again. As the cannons are firing once more. Yeah, that's about right. The thing about portal tier 3s is they're really bad compared to standard tier 3s. And standard tier 3s are already pretty rough. Well, that portal tier 3 will be forever basically useless now. And is now more a liability than anything else. Comes the howitzer. Good job. Whew. Got him. PQ wins it as VFM is detonated. Well played. Very, very well played. Watch this shot as it goes through. As it goes through this man's portal and wipes out his turbines. It's just so much damage. That could have been so much worse. That could have been so much worse. Just directly impacting the core. Well played. Beautiful. Alrighty then. Give us about 5 minutes while we take a brief break here and get things set up for the next round. If you guys want to grab your snacks, now is your time, now is your opportunity. I, for one, will be standing up, stretching. Yes. Grab your snacks, grab your drinks. Make sure to hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, because we got more content like this coming out every week. Let's do this. Looks like we have 3 more rounds to go. Is there a cash prize, the winners of this tournament? I actually do not know the answer to that question. I was not a participant in the setup or behind the scenes for this tournament. I am simply here to showcase what you guys, to showcase what the players are doing. Alright, I want to say thank you to that Sam Twitch coming in with that Prime Gaming. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy your emotes. You got this. All right. Net Force seems structurally sound and OSHA approved. Oh, definitely. I will say, I appreciate the attempts at the tier 3. Honestly, it almost did some real damage. If it had hit just a few spaces, just a few units over, it could have done basically game-ending damage. Oh, have you guys checked out the video released this morning? We have a new video on the channel. It's a Keystone video. We've never done a standalone Keystone video before. Usually only streams of it. So make sure to check that out. See what you guys think. We have fun things. Many fun things. As an electrician, OSHA does not want to see you. Does OSHA ever want to see anything? Casting the meme tournament after this? Yes. We're going directly into the meme tournament after this one. And based on the way timing seems to be going, it is... We're going to be starting that the instant this one ends, because it looks like it's going to run a little late, as it were. All right. The match is almost ready to go. Grab your popcorn. I've actually been kind of in a popcorn mood recently, which is unusual. Next map will be on vanilla. And by finals, missed the whole tournament. Yes! Related, I missed a whole tournament because I was unable to cast the first 2 days of this tournament. This tournament was planned on the same time as the Legacy 1v1 tournament, the official 1v1 tournament. So it did not happen on this channel. It was not available on this channel. If you would like to see the first 2 days, make sure to check out Bombstander or Armadillo, as they are currently broadcasting their perspectives on Twitch, and are the actual hosts of this competition. I believe a cash prize Keystone tournament would go hard. I don't know if I agree with that. The thing about Keystone is that Keystone isn't a very well-balanced game. It's got a lot of issues with it. And the harder you try to play the game, the more it breaks. It very quickly becomes unfun. That's one of the reasons why I don't play it regularly. Like, if you guys recall, like, I just didn't play the game for like 2 years. Just because the time I played it, it got so popular that people were min-maxing it, and it became incredibly unsatisfying to play. And then the game died, and people were unable to find lobbies for like a long time. It is... So the more you put into trying to learn the game, the harder it falls apart. And if you get enough players motivated to play the game well, then it's gonna stop. It's just gonna get really bad. So I'm not gonna do that. Were tier 3s ever meta? No. There's a couple maps in high seas where they are a real strategy, but even then they're not meta. Like there's, I think, two standard vanilla maps in high seas where tier 3s are an option for one of the players. But meta is not the thing. On the big battleships maps, like the battleships, the high seas version of battleships, you can make an argument that tier 3s are meta, but then again, but that's, you know, on battleships every weapon is used every time, so I'll get back to you on what that means. Because we're going into the next round, as here we have on the left-hand side, it's Contron, playing as the Buster commander. Gets his opponent on the right-hand side in the red, it's Plear 34. Good. Plear 34 is playing as the Armadillo commander. I can expect to see some later game weaponry. I like to see the sniper here from Contron. We actually are seeing mirror builds from both of these players, almost down to the second. They are the exact same design of everything. So that will throw things off. Should I say that will not throw things off? It's the more accurate statement. So far, the only difference I've seen is that there's a slight difference in the way in which the players have handled their rearward extrusions. Plear is getting a ridiculously thick, ridiculously bent spine here. This man is bending his spine so hard that he's stretching his front side to the point where it's about to snap. Which, honestly, that's impressive. Might see some early game aggression here. Interesting. AP sniper and a shotgun. Are we going to see a rocket, or is that going to stay EMP? Do it. Ooh. He moved those turbines just in time. AP sniper time. And a second rocket and a position for a third. Guys, we're gonna have a rocket rush. Oh, this is gonna be nice. I like what I'm seeing here. Shotgun it, shotgun it, shotgun it. Yes. Good job. Might want to get a couple exposed gunners here. I'm actually a big fan of not upgrading the first EMP and just keeping it active while you build additional rockets and upgrade those. So close, so far away. I think there is actually a shot there, an angle there with that AP sniper. The first rockets are launching and landing. It's time to deal some damage. Or the rocket's just gonna dodge the enemy fort. Like that's an option too, I guess. Oh. Door sniping the flak here. I hate to see it. Nice, it could be some real damage. AP rockets. That's an experience. It's not a good one either. Oof. The AP sniper from Plear does take out Contron's shotgun, and with it goes away all of his anti-air. I would like to see Contron get just a couple machine gunners to make up for it. I would also like to see Contron more active with his sniper. A solid hit. Does actually take out the EMP, which is effective. I am surprised that didn't hit the core, but Plear is actually starting to fall apart here. Contron desperately needs to have a shotgun available and needs to focus the anti-air a bit harder. I'm liking what he's doing here. He's getting a workshop. Oh, a beautiful door snipe. He's getting a workshop. Workshop means buzzsaws and mortars, both of which are very effective in this situation. Very good. Now, Plear is starting to grow here, which means Contron is falling behind the damage output. Nice attempt with the shotgun. got a hit. Plear takes in some more damage. Ooh, when it all comes crumbling down, that might just do it. I'm loving the miniguns here from Contron. That's what I want to see. Just a little bit more pressure. Contron is a bit low on the energy production relative to the amount of weapons he has. There you go. Buzzsaw coming in as well. Generally speaking, Contron just needs to keep firing his weapons, and he'll get this. Of course, that's hard to do if you don't have enough energy production, and right now Contron does not have enough energy production. So he does need to develop additional wind turbines. Getting 2 more turbines. Command ability is active. Punching. Oh, he sliced to the core. Oh boy. I don't think I've ever seen a core sliced with rockets like that. That's impressive. Well done. All right. Let's see what kind of damage we get here. God, look at those AP shrapnel rounds just going directly to the core. So what actually happened here? Ah, yeah, it just burned. It just burned and ripped out. Okay. Well done. Very well done. Alright, so we need one of these players to stay. As Contron wins again off the round of a rocket rush. Very well done. That's the kind of shenanigans I like to see. It's not really shenanigans, it's just early game aggression. It works. Alright, so next up we will have Plear versus PQ13. Wait a minute. Is this a best of 3 for this round? It doesn't say best of 3. Okay. moment. Alright, so the final 3 rounds here will be best of 3s. So we are ready for the next round. And we're off to round 2 of this best of 3. Right here we have on the left hand side, it's Plear 34. Playing as the Warthog commander. Facing off against his opponent on the right hand side, it's Contron. Playing as the Warthog commander. You heard that right? We have a mirror match. We got this. So this is Ledge Grab, better known as the map with 2 cores. Now the map with 2 cores plays a little differently because cores give a lot of energy production, so you don't have to worry about turbines, at least not at the beginning. Are we going to see another rocket rush here? Contron might just be going for another rocket rush, and I like what I'm seeing. Plear 34 is upgrading his mines. So that's going to be money spent on something that may not save him here, as Contron's just going up to 3 rockets. Now, Plear has a single EMP, and that one EMP might be a major cause for concern. Contron just locked it down. As long as he keeps it locked down, Contron should have an advantage here. Is that going to hit the EMP and break it entirely? Nope, but it does hit a turbine, which is good. Oh dear. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have another rocket rush, and it's online. More firepower. Now, Contron is going to need to develop some energy production if he's going to survive, if he's going to actually keep this going. The anti-air from Plear is functional and working well. A beautiful snipe. Plear loses a flak. That is a lot of flak from Plear. Last time Plear just got overwhelmed and knocked out. This time Plear is, I'm going to just say, overdeveloped, over-investing in anti-air, which I think is not an over-investment, by the way. Like, it's a perfectly good investment. Perfectly reasonable investment. Now, Plear just placed his heavy weapons tech, so he's going up to cannons. That means that Contron is on a bit of a clock. Contron has to eliminate or severely cripple Plear before that tech comes online. The miniguns from Plear are going to be interesting. I like it. Contron is teching up to laser beams. That will grant him some actual damage beyond his rockets. But it will take a moment before they get there, before they become available. Miniguns will start working on Contron's energy production. Ooh, and a rocket goes down. Unfortunate. Looks like Plear is building a weapons platform here, which means we may be about out of time for Contron to do any damage. Yeah, Plear just placed a cannon. With that cannon placed, Contron cannot stop the impending reversal of momentum. All he can do is keep fighting against it. Contron has just placed a plasma. as Plear places a second cannon. Here's the thing. Contron really doesn't have game-ending damage. These rockets aren't going to end it. All you can do is just kind of annoy Plear until the heavy weapons come online. Now, Plear's cannon's going to come online first, which means Contron needs to be able to defend against that cannon. So he needs to start properly building armor in places that he's vulnerable, which is in most places for that matter. There's those minigunners doing minigunner things. I will say, Contron's doing a decent job with that sniper. He's not landing every shot, but he's trying. And he's getting close. Real close. Yep. First shell cannon straight to Contron's core. He was simply undefended. 10 minutes in, Plear manages to stabilize and retaliate, leaving Contron with one core down. Now the interesting bit about this, Contron technically isn't dead, and he's got a heavy weapon of his own. Now Plear's got a second cannon coming online here in a second, whereas Contron's about to get his first. Oh, what a way to go. Moments before his plasma comes online, but Plear wins it, taking round 2 in this best of 3. The scores are even. Well played. Let's do this. Next map will be Stalactites 1v1. Interesting band choice. Scattershot is banned. And Armadillo is banned. Alright. The match is made. The players are ready. We're about to jump into the action here. The final round in this best of 3. Let's see who progresses to the finals. Let's do this. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 3 in this best of 3. Where here we have on the left-hand side, it is Contron playing as the Pinch Fist commander. He'll be playing against his opponent. On the right-hand side, in the red fort, it's Plear 34 playing as the Moonshine commander. I'm going to bet Contron is going to do a standard, or at least a greedy Pinch Fist rush, and we are going to see a 4-minute, 30-second howitzer or something stupid like that. I appreciate that both of these players start with a sniper. A Dord sniper at that. It doesn't do much, but it does something. Emotional damage. So Contron's going with an upgrade center, which means we're not going to see the super really heavy weapons rush. What will we see is the real question. It's a rocket rush. You know, I like where this man's head's at. I can get behind this. Rocket rush, classically effective on this map. He's got a shotgun and 2 rockets to start. Good start. That's the EMP first. And a complete shutdown of the opponent. Uh-oh. Oh, pain. That's actually not good for Contron. Very good for Plear. Every single shot that EMP lands is incredibly effective. EMPs are just the good unit. Alright, the rocket is online for Contron. Things are escalating. Goes. I like Plear getting the addition of machine gunners here. Honestly, Plear, thus in the previous round and even in the first round, did a decent job of getting anti-air. It wasn't enough in the first round, it was more than enough in this round. We'll see how it shakes out this time. This time, Contron is getting hits, and Plear is out of money, and Plear doesn't have enough anti-air to stop it. But he does have some, and some might be enough. Just enough to delay it, blunt it, and restabilize. But he is going to take a couple hits here. Whoa. It's just a lot of damage. Plear is still out of money, unable to afford additional anti-air. But he is able to repair. And that's the first step. Oh, that's some good damage. Well, damage is not the right word. To go to EMP is what it is. We are now selling off one of his turbines, hoping to get enough money to get a machine gunner online. Machine gunner comes online, takes out a single rocket, and then pays for its transgressions. Not sure how the math works out for that one. But these flak have been incredibly valuable. Unfortunately, not enough to save Plear, it would seem, as Plear is running out of money and running out of time. These rockets are keeping him in the death spiral, and he's fallen apart. He's not taken lethal damage yet, but he's moments from collapse. God, the EMP just doesn't stop. Triple rocket blast, this might be it. No! The one flak shuts it all down. Now that's a good flak right there. That's a well-paid gunner. We are now selling off a mine, which I think I would sell off into the turbine first, but that's a really bad sign for Plear here. It's just that deep in the death spiral. He's got to sell off a mine to keep it going. Uh-oh. That AP sniper just took out one of Plear's flak. That's going to be a problem. Any and all anti-air removal is unacceptable. Plear now selling off every single one of his mines, which will grant him a whopping 0 seconds of life left. That's it. Rocket Rush wins again. Well done, Contron. Taking victory in this best 2 of 3 and moving on to the finals. His next fight will be for first place. Well played. So much damage. It's just so much damage. Rockets are they just do crazy amounts of damage, man. They just hit so hard. And there it goes. Well played.
I've watched probably days worth of time of you playing forts. Thank you.
All right. Oh. Alrighty then. Let's get set up for the next round. What do we have next? Next will be Plear versus PQ13. All the way over on the right. Where is Plear? Where is PQ? The flags are crying and saying, I'm tired, boss. Yeah, dude, the flags were doing everything they could to stay alive. And it just wasn't enough. The rocket's just too strong. The rocket's just way too strong. Alright, PQ is here. Next map will be on Desert Ruins. Alright, looks like we're almost ready here. Just have to finish the commander bands. Pinch Fist is banned. And Armadillo is banned. Armadillo. Huh? Honestly, Pinch Fist is kind of a weird ban on Desert Ruins as well. Alright, the match is made and the players are ready. We're jumping into the action right now. Plear versus PQ on Desert Ruins. And we are off. As here we have on the left-hand side, it is Plear 34 playing as the Warthog Commander. Facing off against his opponent on the right-hand side in the red, it is PQ 13 as the Architect Commander. Both of these commanders are late game in design, where Warthog, from the left side, focuses more on the heavy weapon usage. Specifically, it empowers heavy weapons to hit harder. Whereas on the right-hand side, PQ's Architect Commander is more general purpose. General purpose is the better word for it. Those are the faster build time and cheaper wood. Makes defending a lot easier, a lot more powerful. And also tech switching. Much stronger. Alright, so far things are going smoothly. Plear opened with an upgrade center and then is going to tier 1 afterwards. Usually that's the other way around. Whereas PQ13 did it the other way around, just slower. This is not a surprise. The upgrade center is just kind of really good here. At least in the current meta. We do see the cannon tech placed for PQ13, which is earlier than Plear. Plear focusing on getting the upgrades first. Should I say the upgraded mines first? I see, I believe that's an EMP from Plear in the bottom left corner here. It is. I'm betting that's the token EMP, as this doesn't look like a Rocket Rush build. But we shall see. EMP launches, fires, disables 3 of PQ's mines, which is just, you know, painful to watch for everyone involved. It does seem that PQ is going for a howitzer build, but Plear is still working his way up the tech tree. Plear also seems to be going for a howitzer build, but we'll see. He's a bit further behind. At least in terms of tech tree progress, PQ13 does have less income development, less economic development. But he does have a howitzer already placed. Placing that howitzer first is kind of important. As long as it doesn't get EMP'd constantly, that will give PQ13 on the right-hand side here some advantage in terms of game state, at least in terms of aggression and map control. That EMP just keeps missing and just igniting everything along the way. Plear has officially placed the howitzer, his own howitzer, up here. An unusual place for it, but that EMP refuses to impact PQ13. Like it's just not happening. But a second howitzer placement. Hey, it finally lands a hit and disables both howitzers. And again. If that keeps happening, PQ will lose his first placement advantage. Third howitzer, man. Alright, that's a bit greedy. You gotta focus on defenses and anything else at this point. Okay, that EMP, it won't be enough to catch up, but it's going to basically negate any advantage if this one lands. Alright, I think at this point Plear is officially ahead in terms of first howitzer. Yep, he's officially ahead in terms of first howitzer. So Plear will officially have the opportunity to fire the howitzer first. Which is a big deal. What will he do with that power? Only time will tell. The howitzer is completed and is not being fired. There's the first shot. Impact, but no follow-up. Means PQ will survive the hit without consequence. Will there be a return volley? Volley's not the right word, it's only one shot. Well done. Another impact. Plear's just firing off cooldown when he can. Good man. of the first return shot. PQ fires and is shut down by Plear's shotgun. It looks like PQ is investing into additional anti-air. It's getting some shotguns and general anti-howitzer activities, which will be important. Nice. Looks like PQ is investing into additional energy production, which is a very good idea for him at the moment. Oh! Now that is more like it. Plear activating commander ability, splashing open PQ's defenses, and then punching through with an empowered cannon. Now that's the real Warthog way. Well done. Look at this. Look at all the thick defenses here, because they're about to not exist. Get it. Empowered howitzer, just blast open a hole. And then the empowered cannon just punches clean through, clear to the core. That's a lot of damage. Well played. Alright then, round 1 goes to Plear. Let's get set up for the next round. Next round will be on Crevice. As we have Freaky Frankie coming in with the Prime Gaming for 2 months. Congratulations, you regained access to all the beautiful emotes here in the channel, as well as the special access role on Discord. Welcome, man. You've been watching all the Forts videos and trying to mimic some of the builds. You really gotta respect the builds. Yeah, Forts is one of those games where, what is the, we have a command for it that I can never remember. It's the Forts quote command or something like that. It's very good. People get into Forts thinking they're going to be playing Angry Birds, but end up speedrunning Polybridge under cannon fire. Very effective. As we move into round 2 in this best of 3. The sides have been swapped. So here we have on the right hand side, winning the last round off the back of a beautifully satisfying cannon shot, it's Plear. playing as the Armadillo Commander. Facing off against his opponent on the left-hand side, it's PQ13, playing as the Scattershot Commander. Let's see how this one goes. Both of these commanders prefer the later stages of the game, so we can expect to see some heavy weapons in this round. You were trying to figure out what the next three moves are going to be in the last round, but nope, just cannon. Classic cannon experience. Cannon's the end-all be-all of the game-ending power. A question from chat. Compared to metal, how much HP does the core have? I honestly don't know the answer to that question. One of the reasons I don't know the answer to that question is that it isn't a particularly relevant question to ask. Every weapon in forts, just mechanically behind the scenes, has a damage multiplier. Yes, it does a set amount of damage, but based on the target it hits, it has a multiplier that causes it to deal either more or less damage. So the damage values change dramatically because those multipliers are massive and are a huge deciding factor in what is and is not what is and isn't going to deal damage to it. Like, for example, an AP sniper has a massive damage multiplier against the core, such that it's, I believe, 4 shots to kill the core, which, for reference, is fewer shots than it takes to break a strut of wood. But the core has more HP than a single strut of wood. So it really doesn't make sense to ask how much HP does something have compared to another, so much as how tanky is it against a specific threat, or generally tanky. Forts RTS, thank you, Romero, coming in with the quote, the command. Best quote I've seen about forts ever. It doesn't get old. Maybe the longer. Okay, so a question from chat. Longer pieces of metal have more HP. No. Every strut of metal has the same quantity of HP, has the same tankiness. The reason we like to use longer struts is because they can hold more weight before crunching. The longer the strut, the more stable it is, but the length of the strut has zero bearing on the angle it can be built, has zero bearing on the structural integrity, at least in terms of HP and damage taken. So there is no tankiness reason for the bigger struts. In fact, if you build the struts smaller, you can fit multiple struts within the same space as a single strut, which then has multiple times the HP values. This is why things like tiny bracings are so common, because you can fit 3 different layers of struts in the same space as one long strut, and this gives it 3 times the HP, which is, you know, very effective for raw tankiness. Also comes with the convenience of struts are more expensive to repair when they are longer. So not only is this tiny strut cheaper to repair, cheaper to build, but has the same HP and, generally speaking, is just better at defending than a single long strut. But the trade-off, the long strut can hold more weight than the tiny struts. And it's by a lot. Like it's a huge amount more. But in this game, we have had what is a fairly standard progression toward heavy weapons. PQ-13, as the scattershot commander, has gone up to the 20mm span, which is the expected outcome, whereas Plear has gone standard cannons, also a fairly common outcome. It did look like he was going to go howitzers for a while, but then he placed a standard cannon. I still think he might be trying to place a howitzer, but we'll see how that goes. Either way, PQ-13 is about 10 seconds away from opening fire with all of these 20mm and is about to commit violence. And we're going to start things off here at just under 7 minutes on the clock. Or maybe just more than just after 7 minutes. Like, alright, man, you've got your weapons, use them. Honestly, Plear is already set up with energy shields, so this is not going to do an incredible amount of damage. That did way less damage than I was hoping it was going to deal. Yeah, these players are going to have to punch the center line here in a minute. You guys may notice there is an obstruction in the middle of the map. It can be exterminated via cannon fire. And everyone here has cannons. Who could have seen that one coming? Done. I already mentioned how much I love seeing 20mm do 20mm things. It's just so satisfying every time. Open fire. It is time for PQ to activate commander ability and punch clean through any one spawn in particular on player's base. Will that spot be his core? No, he's going for the weapon platform. I approve. I approve a lot. Alright, it's open. And he misses. Unfortunate. That was a lot of damage. That was so much damage. But it is repairable damage. Like, he punched through, he damaged the cannons, he just didn't destroy them. Oh no. It's okay. Tries to go for door snipe or something along those lines. Dear. Oh, 20mm shells? Not quite. Not this time. The portals are coming online for Plear, which will enable Alright, we have Return to Senders active. That will give Plear an opportunity to recover. Ooh. One of those Return to Senders does not come online in time, leaving his core exposed, and that's just it. He goes down. PQ-13 wins it with 20mm span. Well played. That's going to even these scores. Good to see 20 mils do their work. This is my favorite way to see a fort explode via mass 20 mils. Beautiful. That doesn't get old. All right. The scores are even. The winner of this one will move on to the finals. The loser will be knocked out. As we do another round of bans. Next map will be Stalactites 1v1. As we have River coming in with the raiding party. The storm was so sad, we called it a cyclone. Now we're storming a stream. I love that. That makes me happy. Thank you, River, coming in, bringing the friends, bringing the fun, bringing the puns. Good job, Hydrate. How you doing today? Looks like you're streaming some Super Mario Sunshine. Now, that's a game I've not heard of in a long while. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy your food there. Alright. Moonshine and Buster are both banned for this upcoming map. Alright. Also, Phantom and Scatter are banned. Buster, Moonshine, Phantom, and Scatter are banned. So all the UN commanders. And then Scatter. Ladies and gentlemen, we're off to the races. It's the final round in this matchup, in the loser's bracket. Only one player survives. As here we have on the left-hand side, it is Plear 34 playing as the armored Dillo commander. Against his opponent on the right, it's PQ13. PQ13 playing as the Pinch Fist commander. We'll get ahead in the early game a little bit with the bonus to sell off recovery. But how will that actually play out? You're consuming cereal at the moment, you know? Good on you. I had an omelet with like all the fixings in it for breakfast. It was very tasty. I even put a little salad in it. It's like you just take salad and then 3 different meats, a bit of cheese, mushrooms, some onions, and just put it in an omelet. Very tasty. You've never played Sunshine before, so first. Sunshine was a good one. I liked Sunshine. It's very... I mean, it's along the lines of the other 3D Marios. Like Mario Odyssey is a similar kind of experience. But Sunshine hit different, I think. Even though it was a bit scuffy at times. But enough about that. Here in this round, we've got PQ13 ahead in the race to heavy weapons. Not a surprise, given his existence as Pinch Fist. On the left-hand side, Plear's taken a more roundabout approach, going with the upgrade center first. I have no idea what Plear's trying to do back here. But he does have a token EMP on the board, which hits nothing. You trying to fit a battery platform there or something? Like what you doing? Either way, Plear's getting upgrade first. Did you sell off? No. He's getting upgrades first for his mines, which is not a surprise. Given his status as Armadillo, he's fully capable of seeding the early game and just tanking, face tank everything, because that's what Armadillo does. Now, PQ13, the player on the right, is going to have to do something about this EMP. As we have seen, letting the EMP just continuously lay into your fort is not an effective or reasonable solution to making progress here. Yeah, we're seeing PQ develop some anti-air. Good. Now, the typical solution to an EMP existing is a sniper, but just going defensive with some trenched gunners is also an option. We're going to see 20 millimeters from PQ. Okay, didn't expect. He's trying so hard to snipe that. He gets it. To 320 millimeters. At this range, the 20 millimeters can do some real work. It's just that they're defeated by energy shields, and once Plear realizes that PQ has 20mm and is relying on 20 mils, this can go sideways. Plear just getting a second EMP rocket just exposed and out there because he's not being punished for it. You know what? I approve. You're not going to be punished for your greed? Be greedy. Yeah, those 20 mils are just constantly locked down. How did that miss? Nice try. Now he gets it. This is why you don't let the EMP do whatever it wants, because it wants to lock you down forever. That's a lot of damage. Look at that. Oh, that was almost lethal. That was so close to lethal. Those 20 mils just shredding Plear's base here. Honestly, at the 20 mils to aim high next, this just ends. Like, this is undefended, and it is obviously undefended. If the 20 mils target this, that's it. It's over. Can he do it? He's not going to do it. Okay. And it looks like Plear is getting his shields online. Now, from most perspectives, that energy shield is going to look effective at defending those turbines, or defending those mines. However, it is completely ineffective. Because once these solid foreground bracings are destroyed, the shield stops existing. But you can't use the shield until after the foreground bracings are destroyed, so... Yikes. That Firebeam is trying so hard to keep him in this game. But the core is exposed. There's nothing. The core is completely exposed, but there's no follow-up beyond the 20 mils. Oh, that hurts so much. But Plear is just taking hits and isn't able to recover from it. It is worth noting that if Plear is able to, for any amount of time, get a Firebeam Plasma Beam burn into PQ, this could change, this whole game could change very quickly. PQ does not have like any spot in his base except his core, which is capable of sustaining a hit from a Firebeam Plasma Beam. I think he recognizes this and is actively increasing his armor, but it's not enough. But it's becoming enough. Slowly. Plear really needs additional energy production to get those laser weapons online. Doesn't quite line up the Firebeam Plasma Beam, but does get a decent burn in. Choppa choppa. The howitzer from PQ is almost halfway done. Once that howitzer comes online, Plear just doesn't have the ability to tank that. The 20 mils can be deflected by some degree. The howitzer, I mean, we've seen it time and again where howitzer can be completely shut down. Plear does not have the ability to do that. Once this howitzer impacts, it's just going to be over. It's just going to end. Oh dear. Oh dear. Howitzer's online. What that means. It's, weakness detected. Do it. Oh, he doesn't have the energy for it. He can't. Here comes the howitzer shell. And the 20 follow-up. And one more shot. Doesn't get it. Wow. Plear barely survived that. Okay. Very well aimed. Plear punches through, gets some real damage done. Okay. Alright. He's making a comeback here. I can get behind this. Here come the buzzsaws. And howitzer time. I believe in you. Swing and a miss. It fires too low. He was aiming for that weapon platform, but just didn't quite get it. The cannon for PQ-13 is not coming out and is working in progress. And that one energy shield is just keeping him alive here. Relying on energy shields with more efficient defense against laser beams. But now Plear is developing a shotgun, and once the shotgun comes online, the howitzer will be less likely to deal critical damage. He also now has a howitzer catcher, which will keep his weapons platforms intact. Another swing and a miss. Yeah, I hate to see it. almost punched through PQ's armor. In fact, did it punch through his armor? I don't think so. I think it just burned, singed it. The power of fire beams. Alright, PQ. You've got a standard cannon, and you've got a howitzer. Howitzer shut down by the shotgun. Take vengeance upon the shotgun with your cannon. You know where it lives. Make it not live there anymore. I believe in you. You can do this. That's not the shotgun. Okay. So this is the point where I feel the need to remind. One of these teams has fully upgraded mines and a giant block of turbines. The other one does not. This usually only goes one way. I've said it many a time before. If the Armadillo player can make it to about 15 minutes, and the Pinch Fist player dies. We are at 17 minutes now. This is the point where Plear, with his Armadillo pick, starts to really take advantage and run away with the game. Momentum going in his direction forever. That is... oh... Well, PQ survives that hit. Instead of exploding, he doesn't explode. But loses his munitions plants, his heavy weapons tech instead. Which, not exactly a good trade-off, you know? We have some swarm missiles placed in the portal missile spot. I don't think you can get the portal there. Dangle, dangle. That one spot just keeps getting hit with the fire beams. You know, I don't blame him, but that energy shield has saved PQ so many times at this point. Here we go. Ooh. That actually went through and touched the howitzer. That did a lot of damage. Uh-oh. Those portal nukes are going to come online here shortly. And when they do, PQ's not going to have a thing to stop them. He gets the door snipe and he ends it. He was sitting there and waiting for it to happen. He was sitting there and waiting for it to happen. Oh no. He knew it. I saw him sitting there with the door. He's like, I'm like, what is he gonna door snipe with this? Where is he actually vulnerable in a way that's gonna make a big difference? Right there. Right into the foundations. Holy smokes, he just cleaned him out. A beautiful shot, and PQ13 wins it, moving on to the finals. Look at this. As it's coming up to the final moments here, PQ sees the sniping happening, sees all this happening. He's just like, I can't win this. I have to win. I have to do some major damage right here, right now with this cannon. He sits there. The door is open. He doesn't fire it. He just waits. And you know what happens? This laser, its door opens, and the right clean through, taking it all out. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, it's beautiful and terrible all at the same time. Oh my god. Oh my god. And it's all over. Yep. Yeah, that was... Yeah, that was a lot. Okay. Well played. Okay then. That was ridiculous. All right then. So we'll be moving on to the finals between Contron and PQ13. That's gonna be a good one. Just holy smokes. Of all the ways to end it like that. Good lord. Completely obliterated the foundation notes. Just completely cleaned it out. That's it just doesn't stop. Door snipes OP is what that is. Welcome to competitive forts. Alright, well then, give us a few minutes while we set up the final round between PQ13 and Contron as we're going into the finals. Hello chat, we are once again back. Remember that we have a large chat delay today because we are doing tournament casting. Hello Dad! Hi, welcome in, how you doing? I'm sorry, I still have that last round. That was ridiculous. Hello there, Maze. Welcome in. We are doing Forts, rather the Forts tournament, the Forts FAL tournament, the Forts Amateur Learning tournament. We've just completed the losers bracket, and so we are on to the final round in the winners. The merging of the brackets. Contron in the first place position. And PQ13 coming up from the losers bracket. The lower bracket, I think is a better verbiage. Talk about identifying your win conditions. Yeah, like I kid you not, PQ13 there, he was not in a winning position. He was moments from death. And there's not a whole lot he could have done about it beyond land a door snipe. That man didn't just land a door snipe, he ended that poor guy's whole career at a single cannon shell. Oh my god. It was wild. Yeah, that was... Thank you guys for everyone who's clipping that, because we need more of that. Good lord. Oh, Maze, but we need to ask, is Helldivers working well for you? I did re-download it the other day and was checking it out again. It seemed a bit scuffy. I'm not convinced I want to jump back. I was really very much so looking forward to the Cyberstand stuff. It seemed real scuffy when I tested it out. Things like drop pods landing in lava or on top of buildings and exploding. I'm pretty certain this one's less... The next one is less scuff than design decision, but there was a constant 500 kg drop on my position, despite me playing solo and on low difficulties, just exploring the world and see what there is to see. Like, I wouldn't even be in combat, I'd just, just stand off in the corner to watch something and suddenly 500 kg on my head with no warning. It's like, why are you like this? Which is not fun at all. No idea where that was coming from. Fell through the worlds, which is not a surprise. So I'm curious to ask, because I know you've been playing Helldivers, as to how that's going for you. Mama's watching? Yeah. Hi, Mom. The timing of that was hilarious. It just shatters the prediction as it's being made. Classic. Well, we're getting set up for the next round, so take this opportunity to stand up and stretch. Grab your snacks, grab your drinks, because we've got a moment before the competitors are ready to join in for this final round. This final matchup. And remember, after this, we have more forts, as we have back-to-back forts tournaments today. It's gonna be a long day. Grab your snacks, grab your popcorn, make sure to hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, because we got more content like this coming out every single week, multiple times a week. And make sure to check out the video released earlier today, as we did a new game showcasing the Keystone, a TCG type, where we flood the world with infinite zombies, which was actually a really fun time. I like that game. If you guys haven't seen Keystone before, make sure to check out our StarCraft live streams, where we go through the arcade and play all of the various arcade games, Keystone among them. I usually like to play, for those familiar with Magic the Gathering style stuff, I usually like to play a control type deck, like a blue-black style deck. But the video I was doing today is not a blue-black style deck, it's more black-red, which is a great time, so much fun. Infinite zombies. Like, actually infinite zombies, that's one of the mechanics. It was awesome, I recommend checking it out. It was very flashy, very smashy. There was so many board clears. So many board clears, oh my god. We lost thousands of units. And every one of them came back. And just kept marching on. The PQ hammer. You know, that does have a ring to it. The PQ hammer. Just the game-ending door snipe. Why don't you see the orbital cannon shots and maps where it would be possible in the FPL? Did they change something, or is that just not viable? Well, viable isn't the right word, it's just not a good strategy if winning is your goal. The tier 3 cannons have never been a good strategy, they are just fun. So you don't see them in any competitive event. That said, we did actually see a tier 3 cannon, a portal tier 3 cannon earlier today, which did nothing, but we did see it, so that was funny. No rest for the Wicked Caster today? Yes. FAL in English? Yes, so this tournament is hosted and entirely ran by the German community here in Forts. I was unable to participate in the first 2 days because we had the Forts official tournament last week, which was when this tournament started. So we are showcasing it today as the only non-German caster. So if you guys want to see these matches in the way it was ordained, meant to be, make sure to check it out on Twitch, where both Armadillo and Bombstander are broadcasting this. This is where you can find the earlier... Also, those channels is where you can find the first 2 parts of the tournament, Part 1 and Part 2, where this is Part 3. However, they're all in German, so good luck with that. I know many of you guys also speak German, so that's entirely possible. If you guys already speak German, well, you probably know this already. Alright, we are almost set up for the next round. The next round will be on Morans. Classic. More fun, more forts, yes. Alright, I believe it is Commander Band's time, and then we will be jumping into the action. Rocks fall, everyone dies is good game design. I cannot speak to the status. This was a couple days ago. If I believe the active event was that we had to choose between doing a rescue mission on the Seaf or engaging the main capital city. I haven't checked in the past couple days past that. Frankly, I found it to be unenjoyable that to the point where I was not particularly motivated to turn it into a bigger thing. I kept having experiences where the stratagem balls would just roll around on the floor and I couldn't cast stratagems because they would simply not work. There's a moment where I got stuck in an interactable and couldn't get off of it. I had to wait for something to spawn, waddle its way over to me and stab me to death, which was, you know, great. I'm just like, do I really want to be... Is this really how I want to spend my time? Not really. So I went on to record something else instead. Vent cannons hanging vertically? Yes. Tier 3 cannons is what we call them. Cannons that have been rotated upwards. They have been upgraded to point upwards, and thus commit orbital strike with cannons. Not very effective, but it is fun. You speak Spanish? Ah. I don't. I should. I took like 3 or 4 years of Spanish in school. And then just never encountered anyone ever again that spoke Spanish. And I'm like, this was a great use of my time. I appreciate learning other languages. It's just, as an American, I don't really ever encounter other languages. I do encounter German fairly often. I've picked up a fair bit of that. Honestly, these days, if I can pretty much read Spanish as long as I'm allowed to sit there and stare at it for an extended period of time. Listening to it doesn't work for me. I don't have an ear for it. I'd have to practice it a lot. Like, a lot. I'm sure it would come back to me if I spent time on it, but I'd have to go find people to speak Spanish with. That sounds like touching grass. Alright, Spook pinch our bands. I believe Hurricane and Overdrive and Architect are bands as well. So we have different bands for each player. So we don't have mutual bands. But the map will be on ledge grab. And the players are ready. The match is made. The players are no longer ready, but the match is made. So make sure to sit down because we're about to get this party started as we go into the finals in the FAL tournament between Contron and PQ13. Incursus speaks Floridian? Yes. This is why the iguanas and the alligators like me. Been told I can do Southern Trucker very well. Honestly, the Southern accent's just lazy accent. You just forget to move your tongue and then the Southern comes out. So many tongue-twisting team names beat you to it. Learning German the hard way. Good. You mean the fun way? Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We are off. After a bit of a delay here, we are good to go. On to the finals, where here we have on the left-hand side, it's Contron playing as the Warthog commander. Facing off against PQ13, playing as the Pinch Fist commander. PQ13 coming from the lower bracket. Well, oh dear. We have a network timeout. We can do it. Well, as I was saying, PQ13 coming from the lower bracket has already lost 1 life, because this is a double elimination style tournament, which means that PQ13 has to defeat Contron twice. Alright, we are restarting. Looks like he's going to restart something on his computer, so we'll take a moment and give it a go before giving it another go. Learning languages in school in the United States is fundamentally flawed, and that learning languages requires immersion in multiple contexts. At least 2, scholastic plus casual speaking, or even radio is much more effective than just scholastic. Yes. Nicht gemacht. Yes. Knistisch. Yes. Alright. The players have restarted and are back. Can I speak German? I mean, I can pronounce words, mostly, when they're written out in front of me. Pronunciation-wise, German isn't that difficult. The grammar can be a bit confusing. But no, I cannot speak German. I think the Spanish community in Forge is small. It is. However, come next month, around March 21st, 22nd, something like that, there is a Spanish speakers tournament being hosted. So if you guys in the Forge Spanish community want to come and join, make sure to check out the Forge Discord and get involved, because now is the opportunity. Alright, now, about this round. What I was about to say is that PQ13 came from the lower bracket. Which means he's already lost a life. So if he loses this round, it's just kind of gone. Now, Contron, on the other hand, came from the winner's bracket, and in this double elimination has not lost any lives. How this works out? Contron starts this round, this matchup, with +1 victory point. So this will be a best of 5. However, Contron has 1 victory already in the scoreboard. So if he wins twice, it's over. He gets his victory. Whereas PQ13 has to win 3 times. Let us go. Welcome to Ledge Grab, where we have 2 cores and it's a rocket rush. You know, I don't know what I expected. Contron has done a rocket rush every single round we've seen him so far, and I'm all about this. It's just, at some point, I would think his opponents would start to predict it and do some counterplay, because right now PQ13 is not reacting to this, and that's a problem, because the EMP is about to land. It lands. The only saving grace PQ has here is that, as Pinchfist, he's done the I'm getting cannons incredibly quickly thing, and already has his munitions plants a third of the way completed. So if Contron does not defeat or seriously cripple PQ13 in the next, I don't know, 60 seconds, PQ13 is going to have the option to build a cannon, and once that cannon comes online, Contron's going to be at a firepower disadvantage. Or at least a consistency disadvantage. We'll see how that actually pans out. Yeah, it's a bit of a gray area there. That is a triple rocket from Contron with an extra EMP and an AP sniper. I like it. I like it a lot. Now, PQ13, his tech is completed, however, does not currently have the money to place a cannon. And if he saves up and spends that money on a cannon, it is just simply going to explode because triple rockets does a lot of damage. So PQ13 needs to stabilize a little bit before he's able to get that cannon online. And it's looking like it's unlikely to happen, as things are escalating quite poorly for PQ13 here, in all the ways I love to see, because I'm a big fan of rocket rushes, or early game aggression in general. I'm a big fan of early game aggression. Makes things exciting. Look at that. He can't even repair. He presses the repair button and it fails. Look at it. His fort is failing to repair because he's just completely broken out of money. That's, well, he's going to sell some internals that he can't even do because the EMP's shutting it down. As here comes another volley of rocket. With no anti-air, he can't do anything but sit here and take it. And as you guys know, once the rockets start landing of this caliber, you physically can't repair. As in, it will drain you. This man is upgrading his mines right now. That's, you sir, are brave. As the game ends. Alright, round 1 goes to Contron. In a rather explosive fashion. Look at it. Look at it. It's gonna explode. It's beautiful. Ah, yes. Tasty, tasty explosions. much damage that does. It just chunks through everything. Alright. Round 1 goes to Contron, bringing him up to 2 points in this best of 5. As we give us a moment while we set up for round 2. What could potentially be the final round, and what I assume is going to be a painful rocket rush for at least one of these two players. Next map will be on Hang Time. Let us go. Pinch Fist is banned. Snipe in with the finishing touch? Yes. We're going to watch cast Backpacks Tournament. Backpacks Tournament. Backpacks Tournament. Are we talking about backpack battles? Backpack Tournament. I see. I haven't kept up with this one. This would be next week. 6 players each team. Excuse me. I need to look into whatever is going on here. This is gonna be a wild time. I'll get back to you on that. Okay. I wonder what Contron's strategy would be next round. I'm gonna put my money on Rocket Rush. I can't put my finger on it and why that would be the case. But the players are ready and the match is made as we're jumping into hang time. So grab your seats. Let's do this. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to match point here in the FAL tournament. Where here we have on the right hand side, it's our current leader and potentially champion, Contron, with 2 points in this best of 5. He's playing as the Moonshine Commander here on Hang Time. He's facing off against his opponent, the Challenger. It's PQ13 as the Armadillo Commander. Currently, PQ13 needs to do a reverse sweep to make a comeback here and take first place here in this tournament. The Armadillo Commander does grant PQ-13 some extra defensive capabilities, which could be very useful here. Alright, what kind of loadout are you doing here, buddy? This doesn't look like rockets. This doesn't look like rockets at all. Am I going to be done? What are you doing? Something is weird, but I don't know what it is. Alright, we'll get back to you later. On the other hand, PQ-13 is going for standard kind of builds. A normal Armadillo build would be constructing an upgrade center right about now. However, this map is both a little weird and against Contron, who is Contron. And that changes things. Alright. We do have rocket tech place for Contron, and yeah, PQ-13 is going with something akin to a standard Armadillo play, it looks like. The upgrade center in an upgrade center position. Max mines for everyone. Contron focusing on building a place for maximum energy production, which might be very necessary if he's going for maximum rockets, which he's very likely to do. Did actually build out a spot here that could be used for rocketry. A couple spots that could be used for rocketry, in fact. Let's see what he places, because he's saving up money. That's not a rocket. That's energy production. I don't know what's going on over there, but over here, we see more economic buildup. Looks like he's saving for heavy weapons tech of a kind. I presume cannon archetype. My dude, if you're gonna float, just do it. There it is. Okay. No, it's a laser rush. It's a laser rush with a side of upgrade center. Okay. No rockets out of Contron. He's upgrading his mines instead. Alright. Okay. I can get behind that. Just throw him off a little. Contron's got some extra money to throw around. Yeah, there you go. Just upgrade all those mines. Perfect. Throw down another turbine so you stop floating. I guess that works too. And now is when you save up for the plasma. So you can place that immediately. Stop building wood. Plasma, 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 plasma. Do it, plasma, do it, plasma, do it. You have a spot for it. Do it, do it, do it, do it now. Yeah! Not as good of a spot as I thought it was going to be. It's fine. Alright, and PQ is going to be building his weapons platform down here, which is brave, but you know what? All power to him. More power to him, I should say. That's a lot of wood. Alright, PQ, you gotta place your weapon. That is, quite the box. Quite the girth. I haven't seen this tactic in a while. Statistically, not very effective. But it is thick. And thick is victory in itself, you know? Huh. Does this man have... He doesn't even have stability tech in here. This is going to end poorly. Alright, so what you do here as Contron, when you see this, you start teching into tier 1 workshops and buzzsaws, and you just commit violence. Specifically, like right here, and try to break any of these foundation nodes to shift the weight at all, and just cause it all to come crumbling down. And that's what you do. It's going to be mass plasma strat from Contron. You see an immediate reaction from PQ by placing energy shields here. Just good for him. I don't... Like, as Contron, you just... Okay, he is getting the alternate tech. This is actually another reason when someone does this. An alternative is just go rockets. Like, lasers are not the option here. You need raw, widespread damage. Lasers, not it. Rockets work just fine. Mortars, also okay. Cannons, yes. Nukes, yes. Anything that does big damage. Lasers are not big damage. Lasers are deep penetration, but this is not a deep penetration. Please do it. Do it. Second laser. I know you have the angle on it. Yes! You can look at the visualization here of how much explosion damage that dealt. Howitzers have such a big explosion radius. That's the kind of thing you want to do. Alright. As PQ builds up towards a second howitzer. Contron's buzzsaw production facility has come online. And is now looking for a target. And is not finding any, mostly because PQ doesn't exactly have a target. We have a standard cannon in construction now for PQ-13. Alright, PQ's gotta do something about this stress on his fort. It's not okay. He's gone up to 5 blinking struts now. This is... Something's gonna give. He does not have the stability tech in place to handle this. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be so bad. That is so many upgrades. PQ is just upgrading every one of his turbines all at once. He's going to have unlimited energy production to fund his whole one weapon. Oh dear. Yes. Buzzsaw. More buzzsaw. Aim at the bottom! When someone has this much wood... It is worth noting that the plasmas are breaking his internal... So, he did add ropes in here, which does actually help relieve some of the stress. And plasmas do cut ropes, so that is convenient. What are the odds that whole thing cracked in half the moment he fires at howitzer? Not 0. I think it'll be okay for firing the howitzer, but not 0 is the answer to that question. Howitzer recoil is a threat to this place. Alright, you gotta aim those down. Alright, Contron, you gotta aim those down. Wow, he actually almost cut all the way to the foundation nodes here. That was almost a problem for PQ. Well, PQ-13, with the big wood strategy, does have an operational cannon and howitzer, and Contron is about to figure that out with his face. Shotgun it. Oh, you missed. Alright. Could have been better, could have been way worse. Contron lives it, which is both better and worse for someone. Okay. So many doors. So many doors. Contron is getting swarm missiles online. Nice shooting. Ooh. Ooh, that caused some massive deformation. Oh, we're getting some snappage. It actually held, but he lost a foundation bracing here. It is not good here. That's just one brace away from collapse. I thought for sure that was going to end it. But he held. Oh boy. Go on, reconnect. There you go. Much better. You're gonna have to defend against that in the future, as PQ-13 gets 2 more howitzers. Oh dear. Alright, next question. Does PQ-13 survive the double nuclear launch, as portal nukes are in construction for Contron? Oh dear. We've had two struts break in PQ-13's base. One down here and one up here. And it's we have a third? We had a third break up here. Dude, this is not... There have been 3 struts broken in PQ's base, and he's still hanging on. These ropes, they're doing their best, man. They're living their best life. But the damage output from PQ is getting intense. It's getting real intense. And Contron's not figuring out how to deal with this. I mean, he's got to fire. Like, he's just got to keep firing, and not in that one spot in particular. Like, the weakness of a fort like this is the foundation. You've got to hit the foundation, deform it, and make it worse. Like, you don't have to break through the core, you just have to shatter his armor and let his armor rip him off his own foundation. It works. It's actually not even that difficult. Alright, nuke launched, double nuke launched, and plasma. We have a drunk nuke. Impacts, please follow up with the lasers. Please follow up with the lasers. You have line of sight. You have late 3 lasers. Do it. They all repaired. Okay, well, you know, you tried. Keep it up. Keep it going. You can do it. I believe in you. It's time to fire the nukes again, although I doubt they will make it given the presence of 5 flak. Oh boy. One of the plasmas goes down to a howitzer, which honestly, unless Contron does something drastic here, PQ is likely to just kind of win this by virtue of having a massive wall of firepower. PQ does not need to expand anymore in order to win this game. He can simply continuously fire his existing weapons and that will be enough. Contron needs to do something to change that. Okay, the flak are revealed. You should know where to blast those. If he removes these 3 flak down here, then these nukes can make it clean across and deal game-ending damage. It would seem unlikely to happen. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, the laser actually does clean all 3 of those flak in a single shot. Unfortunately, the missiles aren't ready to fire. Although, there's no reason to portal them. You can just launch them at this point. I guess the reason to portal them is that they become more powerful when they're portaled. Contron suffering disconnection. As Salzwerk comes in with the raid, we'll take a moment to say hello, Salzwerk, as we're in a pause menu here. Coming in with the raiding party. Were you not... Oh, that's right, you weren't actually casting this, were you? Or maybe you were. Welcome to the finals of the FAL tournée. Hosted by Bombstander. Hosted, ran, and put together by Bombstander and Armadillo. And showcasing the final match. We're in round 3. Contron versus PQ13, where Contron is on match point and getting bullied by the thickest, girthiest fort we've seen in a long time. That's almost lethal. That plasma saved itself, but didn't save the core. Well played, the PQ13. I thought Contron had that one in the bag. I really did. Well played. PQ13 gets a point. Oof. That was such a scary shot. It saves itself, but the second howitzer is too much. Kaboom! Now that's a lot of damage. Alrighty then. That means we have another round. Next map will be on Desert Ruins. Portal nukes were a mistake. I don't think they were a mistake. I think nukes were just, as a call, were just fine. I think it's an implementation issue. I think the issue was that Contron panicked, didn't know where to shoot and what to do, and just kind of shot random things as opposed to the weak spots, which should have been known, but, well, you learn something new every day. But nukes were fine, rockets would have been another great option. The lasers in the right spots could have done it, they're just not a very good tool for doing so. Alrighty then. So next map will be on Desert Ruins. Bands are complete. The players will be readying up and we'll be jumping into the action. For round 4. Alrighty then. The match is made, the players are readying up. And then we jump into the action. He just wanted to give us another match to watch. That's a very PQ thing to do. I'm unfamiliar with Contron. And we're off. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're off to round 4 in this best of 5. As here we have on the left-hand side On match point, it's Contron, playing as the Scattershot commander, facing off against his opponent. On the right, it's PQ13, playing as a Spook commander. Now, PQ13 won last round off the back of some girthy forts. So we'll see how it works out this time. Anything missile is so easily countered past 10 minutes. Yes, and like a wall of that size does relatively easily counter things like missiles and rockets, but what it getting missiles and rockets forces an extra expansion into those anti-missile defenses, which you can't really do if you've spent all of your weight on, well, wood of that size. So they have to choose between taking the hit, which is not an acceptable option if you've got that much girth, or risking self-collapse. So going rockets and missiles against that kind of situation is kind of a win-win against an opponent who's doing that, because they have an extremely high risk of collapsing themselves, or an extremely high risk of taking massive damage when they let something through. And that slows them down as they're suddenly stopping whatever progress they're doing to deal with it, to deal with the rockets and missiles. And it's just not a good situation to be in if you're the wall player. And then, of course, you know, you as the offending player here, you now have rockets or nukes or something active, which the opponent has to deal with and gives you time to either tech switch or whatever you're going to do. And God forbid you land one of those shots on something like a energy shield, then suddenly your lasers become a threat again. Really, he just needed to land his shots into either the weapons platform or the foundation nodes and stop sending shots into the thickest chunk of wood around his core. That was the real call. Force him into having a real bad time, just break the nodes even more. Stress his foundations. Well, this round is going as I would reasonably have expected it to go. Contron, as the Scattershot commander, has gone straight for late game tech and constructed multiple 20mm, taking a mild sidestep into getting some mineral upgrades. Whereas on the right hand side, PQ13 has gone full on mineral upgrades and is still working on getting his own cannon tech. Looking like a howitzer build out of PQ13. Is that a howitzer build? He's missing half of it, so maybe it's not a howitzer build. We'll see. It might be howitzers, might be standard cannons. Still a work in progress. Either way, 20 mils out of Controns should be interesting. He's going to get a third one online. Yes, it is going to be a howitzer build from PQ13. And he places a cannon. Why are you like this? It's okay. The 20 mils, they fire. They deal some damage. Question from chat, how come repair centers are never seen in competitive play? Because they are not useful in an overwhelming majority of cases. They automate that which does not take real APM. And they're not cheap. The third 20 mil is soon to come online for Contron. But PQ13 is his first cannon is coming online, and he's got a howitzer halfway completed. Contron looks like he's going to be placing another 20 mil here in a moment. Shots fired. The howitzer actually taken out by the 20 mil. And a little bit of splash damage actually almost removes PQ's mines up here, which should be blood in the water. Contron to focus on that. I see all that up there. It's just not enough. It's okay. So much damage output, but no real damage dealt to anyone. Okay. I do like seeing Contron with the nuke here. PQ13 should know this is coming, but I'm not seeing a reaction to this. And whoa. Scary. But armor tanks it. Barely. Nuke sense. Howitzer blasts. Solid hit. Alright, 20 mil follow-up. Do it. Do it. Do it. There it is. Finish him off. You have 2 more. 1 more. 1 more. Kaboom! And it's all gone! A staggered fire of the whole array of weaponry is enough to break through PQ-13's everything, leaving him with, not much. The mines do actually survive, which is a surprise to me, as does one of the cannons, which was in a separate and separated weapons platform. Yeah, the 20 mils are just slowly chunking through things. Yeah, PQ is just kind of not in a good spot. The amount of firepower bearing down upon him is not something he can sustain economically. So he's just going to kind of get ground out of the game unless something changes here. Now, he does have a single cannon in progress, but there's nothing stopping the incoming damage. So he has to survive to the point where that single cannon can come online, and then he has to do something about it. Now, this isn't the first time he's been in this situation. One door snipe can, in fact, break Contron's entire weapons grid, entire weapons stack, because they're all stacked together. So, I don't want to count him out. It's just looking real great. Oh my god, he survived that. I was fully expecting that shell to go through here, hit this battery, detonate it, and just collapse him. As here comes another nuke, which may not make it, actually. It doesn't. The flak shuts it down. Very well played. Yeah, Howitzer gets involved. Alright. This is your door snipe opportunity, PQ. You can do it. The 20 mils are notoriously door snipeable because their firing sequence is so very long. Oof. Losing 3 mines to 20 mil volleys. That's... You run out of time here, PQ. You run out of time here quite a lot. Oh, that's... I mean... I guess that did hit the door, so now he knows where that's gonna land. He just has to survive long enough to, you know, make that shot again. The nuke is going this way. He's got to reconnect to that right now. Flak. He doesn't have the money to fire the flak. Oh, the flak didn't have enough money to actually fire, so they were just staring at their impending doom. But the nuke missed anyways of its own volition because it just does that because that's how that works. Oh, nice. Alright, PQ. The doors are opening. Do it! Do it now! Rip the dream. He's sitting there with the door open, but... That didn't work. And away goes the cannon, and with it, PQ's last hope of doing anything in the near future. He still does have a position up here which he can build a cannon, and it would be relatively safe and out of the way, but that's not going to help him in the short term, and he needs short-term help. Massive damage. And the 20 mil follow-up ends it. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Contron wins it, taking first place in this tournament. Well done. It's just a lot of damage, guys. It's just a lot of damage. Oof. That's just beautiful. The shotgun blast at 20 mils cleaning through. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. That's good. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this has been the Forts Tournea FAL Tournea, where Contron has taken first place. First place victory after the finals. If you guys want to check out the road to this point, make sure to check out Bombstander and Armadillo's channel, who are currently live on Twitch. Congratulations once again to Contron. Well played, very well played. That was nice. PQ13 has been an exceptional competitor along the way, taking second place. What we are going to do is we are going to disable the chat delay, the stream delay, and we are going to go play some forts for ourselves. If you guys want to come and join, now is your opportunity. Very, very well done, everyone. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to restart the stream real quick. Don't worry if it looks like it's panic. It'll be coming online here in a brief moment. And I'll see you guys right now.